Alright. Hiya, creature. How we doing? Right. Let's get set up a little bit. How are you doing right now? I'm doing pretty good. Same as ever. I threw all my paints into a box a couple streams ago to do to build the giveaway minis, and trying to find anything in here currently is a pain. Oh, okay, cool. All over the floor now. Wonderful. Hey. tattooed on your hand. That's pretty cool. Yeah, thanks. Alright. How are we? Did you get to indulge in your spreadsheet madness? Or have you gotten that particular one out of your system? Hello. My Art of War tokens turned into what? Cabbages? Oh, that's unfortunate. Am I just memory holding a previous conversation that we had? What are these tokens for? Hey, Raven Kitty, how we doing? I hope you're all doing well. I'm doing pretty okay. And I'm fine, thanks. I'm glad you're fine. Gaze of the God, markers, and beastmenting templates set for the old world. Fair enough. I have missed the horses. I was growing a little bit wistful, shall we say, towards the end as well. Man, I wish there was a way to drink hot drinks with a straw without absolutely scalding your mouth. Because every time I take a sip of anything remotely warm, I go blind for a few seconds. Dark green and yellow goes really well together. Reminds me of old school Wood Elves color scheme. Yeah. That's not what I based it off of, but that's a good color scheme. If I knew how to run bets or polls on Twitch, I would, because I'm sort of interested, like those of you who have been watching me for a little while now, whether you think I will finish this night by the end of the week or not. Can we keep a pace of minimum one a week? That is the question. Nope. Wow. You've little faith. Okay, so we've got one no, two yeses, and one contempt. One contemptuous maybe. I'll place that at. Where is Dawn Yellow? No. Yeah, I think I'll gap fill this on Saturday. Get on to getting these models ready for painting on Saturday because I have a nice long stream where I can butts around. And it's such a nice model, I can't wait to paint it. Listen, I assembled one of them perfectly fine, yeah? It's just, you know, the other one that I did on camera, 50% is failing grade? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This one's going to need to clean up soon because it's not closing properly at all. Citadel paint pots, ladies and gents. You did both on camera? No, I didn't. I did this one ages ago. I mean, it really depends on the subject or qualification. Because for a lot of shit, testing is pretty arbitrary anyway, and you get most of your training on the job as it is, so. But obviously that changes depending on profession or subject or whatever else. Like if we're talking physics or chemistry, or medicine, I would expect you to test well, but other things, meh. So I'd say it's dependent, but you know, there are like 50,000 more things to be depressed about in the UK than like testing scores, if I'm going to be honest. So space is Norway or America. I get creature in space not mixed up because the Scandinavia. Close enough. Not gonna get yelled at. This is like me mixing up Dutch and Flemish. I was just saying that you and Space Toaster have your names are the same color, so sometimes I mistake you for each other. I don't say it out loud until this point, but no, it's less the interest. It's more the name color. You're both exactly the same name color. So whenever I'm in like purple Raven Kitty stands out, right? Purple. Hendy, bright red, and also VIP badge. But you know. So usually I scan for the color of the name before I read the name. I'm the first streamer to do so. Don't feel bad. Okay. Mm. Yeah, literally like every job I have ever had has had its own like training program. Which sort of overwrites like anything you could have tested for prior to employment. So I feel a lot of it's just arbitrary when you're getting trained on job anyway. And I'm not saying this because I'm salty or anything. I tested extremely well. Um, I was about to continue that with, yeah, literally. Like, you do the work and then it's like, okay, the fuck did I do all this for then? Yeah, I know the idea is like learning literacy and problem solving and all that business. It's more than the sum of the test, I guess, but you know. What I'm saying is learn a trade, because it's the only way you can get employed these days. Learn a trade or accounting. Oh yeah, yeah, Hendy. If you have kids, have them become roofers, carpenters, and whatnot for listed buildings. Um, have them work on like old, grade 2 listed buildings and shit, because that's where the real money is. Because restoration work pays the big bucks, and the UK is full of listed buildings. I say as someone who has recently had to put part of the bill for, like, you know, repairs on an 1800s longhouse, Welsh longhouse. Or a plumber, or an electrician. I say with my STEM degree, yeah, literally everyone ever who's had a STEM degree. Oh yeah, you get decent hazard pay for wastewater jobs as well, depending. That Sparky apprenticeship when I was 16 instead of sixth form. It's hard to say, you know. But yeah, electricians make decent money even when you're like retired. Right? And you end up like being able to do an afternoon's job for two or 300 quid. You don't even have to be knocking up buildings or anything anymore. I do enjoy plumbing. You know, I plumb a lot of aquariums and stuff. It's not quite as intensive, but I do enjoy the whole the whole sort of jigsaw puzzle of it all. Does engineering pay well? I mean, it should, but I don't think I've ever met anyone who's. I know some right of way, like engineers for railroad stuff. Yeah, but pretty much like every engineer I know is like some jobby who does building inspections. You don't even need a license for building inspections these days. You don't even need to be an engineer. Because the UK is dumb as balls. Which is why we had an epidemic of like just some guy turning up for building inspections for a long time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a massive problem where it was like councils would pay just like some guy to come in and do building inspections. I know in America that it's like you have to be an engineer usually. And I know that oftentimes estate agents will hire an actual engineer to do a building inspection because obviously, you know, it's kind of important. But like usually like councils and stuff will just like hire some guy like Baz from the corner. But also I'm just running off of like anecdotes here. It's not something I've ever cared to like directly look into. Very much that I know a guy, or I know a guy who knows a guy. I'm sort of half repeating things that I remember to be vaguely true. Oh, take it all with a grain of salt. Formal qualifications by a professional body called the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. Are they though? Are they? I thought it was just like a day course, and that was part of the problem. Or are we thinking of two different things? Like I know like it exists in a capacity because that's like 90% of what archaeologists do in this day and age is, you know, survey for a new McDonald's to make sure they don't like plow through a Roman bathhouse or something. Um A Roman McDonald's bathhouse, that's a concept. Well, there are McDonald's with like glass floors through which you can see interred remains. In, I believe it's either Italy or France. Obviously, because the place they wanted to build was on top of, you know, a pre-existing or a newly discovered heritage site when they started excavating. So in order to preserve it, They just built over it. You know, so you can walk over centuries-old corpses whilst you're ordering your Big Mac or whatever. Alright, see you around, Handy. Yeah, I picked bathhouses because it's like all we have. We're always finding like Roman bathhouses in the UK. Take a nap. Go to bed, creature. hiking stuff around here. It's going to take everything over months and years. Then your airline has to pay for the excavation. Yeah, usually I think in the UK it works that if it's discovered, then the owner of the site has to pay for the excavation, which a lot of the time they do not enjoy or like. So. Oh yeah, yeah, 100% knew and didn't want anything to do with that shit. if you want. I don't think they're gonna mind. I was worried for 2 seconds because we started dropping frames. Okay, it seemed to be stable. Is tail getting smaller? Potentially. I think it just looks smaller because the legs are getting bigger, but they will start absorbing the tail at some point, usually when the front arms come out. So Oh, look at that. It's already 8 o'clock. Let's go, let's shut the tadpole off for the day. Say goodnight, tadpole. We should probably get a tadpole emote as well. Out from the peaking. It might be useful. Welcome back, Hendy. Right, let me just go knock those lights off. It'll be 2 seconds. Paint inspector number 2. It's sort of, yeah. Use a fleur. Hey, mana. Back to painting meat scooters. I guess. Also, creature, what are you doing to yourself this time? No, I got that mana. I'm just, digesting the words meat scooters. No, don't apologize. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, you're all grounded. Not the triangles again. Oh, baby. These were the OG triangles. These are the ones that I took a break on before we went on to the Escher triangles. And let me tell you, they don't stop here, because all of the musicians in my Bretonnian army have the same heraldry.
You have done that yourself.
Yeah, that one I did do myself. Yeah, so all of the musicians have my paternal heraldry, so dad's side of the family, and all of the banner bearers and lords have my maternal heraldry, so my mum's side of the family. Yeah, all of the archers are from the um, from the same family as the musicians. At least you're not Scottish and having to paint tartan and Fiocan like I would have. Oh, you raise an interesting point, because I'm just pulling from... Well, this is technically a Irish coat of arms, or at least the main doodad is. I added in the checkers for interest. But I didn't even really think of like doing stuff from my mum's side of the family past my grandmother, because my granddad is where it gets really interesting, because he was Indian. And I don't know what in the way of heraldry they have in India, if I'm being honest. It's not something I'd ever considered. India from India. From Kolkata, previously Calcutta. My family fled during partition, so... No, not Native American. It's fine, Mana, it's fine. I might go a little longer today, to be honest. I'm sort of bursting with energy at the moment. Not feeling particularly sleepy, so might just keep going for a while. It's weird, like, because every time I bring up, like, you know, obviously, I guess being part Indian, people are always like, "Do you mean Native American or Indian Indian?" And I'm like, I'm from the UK. Take a wide stab at, like, you know, by proportionality. Like, come on. Not calling anyone out for asking questions, but yeah. I mean, I guess perhaps, but if you're going like sheerly on numbers, not seriously, don't worry about it, man. Nothing to be worried about. I just find it funny because, like, India was literally part of the British Empire, so proportionally, like, the number of Indians here versus Native Americans is like massive. My grandfather on my mum's side had an interesting story. Conscripted in to war in 1939's Poland, fought until the surrender of Poland, fled to the UK, enjoyed the tank regiments of the Polish Corps, and continued fighting, settled down in Scotland, and the rest is history, as they say. Man, it's rare to hear about Poles who are here, like, pre-World War, because we got a lot of Poles for a long time. We still do, but especially while we were in the European Union, because freedom of movement. But yeah, there was a Polish barracks not far from my hometown. Big Polish presence with lots of now closed down Polish working men's clubs, etc. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's just like, once again, by proportionality, it's unusual to meet, or at least maybe not unusual because I wouldn't know, but like, I think I've met more, like, you know, first, second generation Poles than I have Holsu's family were here, like in the World War era. Man, that must be fun to dig into. Also means I can get an EU passport as Poland does citizenship by blood. Yeah, I went to Hereford for college. So, and there's like an absolutely colossal Polish population there, but most of them are, you know, first generation, second generation. Isn't Poland like the only economy in Europe that's currently on the upward trend? Yeah, I could get Irish, an Irish passport and citizenship if I wanted to, but meh. As much as it sucks, I enjoy where I live. Oh. I'm from Southampton. At one point, we had the largest Polish population in the UK, I think. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, mana. I hear Germans say the exact same things about Turkish people, and you can imagine why. So, I don't think I will take that one on good faith. And the way I pick my highlights has changed slightly in the week I've been painting smaller models, so this is looking slightly different in the front half to the back half. Oh, mana. I'm not sure, oh, there are good ones and I'd even flirt with them. Is the tack you want to take in here? Man, you guys have absolutely no faith. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna look painted though, isn't it? if we don't distract him, huh? If I if I just post a picture of my tits in the top corner, are people gonna get it right one of these days? What did I do today? Oh Lord. Hey, yay, 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 yay. No, the problem is, creature, you didn't misgender me. As you typed it. Don't worry about it. I'm being pedantic. It's fine. Maybe I was a bit hard on mana, but you know. She, her, or they, them. Whichever. Yeah. I feel that maybe I was a little hard on mana, but like literally, you know, my mum's half Indian. You can imagine the shit I've heard over the years. Also, my dad's Irish. You can imagine the shit I've heard over the years living in the UK in particular. Wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I should have gone harder probably, but mana's been in here for months and months at this point, so I was trying to be gentle about it, but should have gone harder. Maybe felt that I went about it wrong, you know. The comment about flirting with several of, you know, flirting with the good ones pissed me off though, because it's exactly what someone else did the other month in regards to, you know. I mean, Hendy, you probably remember that one. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you again, Brigadier Vulcan. Um, Jesus Christ. You. I guess that means shut up and change the subject. Do you want a name? Do you want to name this Escher as well? Might as well. Is it gonna be a Angela? Okay. At this rate, by the time I get this gang on the table for a, might I add, a filmed battle report, they're all gonna be stuff like Angela, Brenda, Susan, Deborah. I don't think Mana was as bad as that guy. Yeah, I don't think so either. But also, you know. Yeah, exactly. The, you know, insert stereotype I believe about group of people, but it's like, oh, but you know, I'd flirt with them or have sex with them is like always grates my fucking gears. Well, let's just hope it's a learning experience. Yeah, I mean, especially with Brigadier in the chat being like, yo, uh, come from Polish family, it's like, yeah, poor form. Alright, I guess I'll update that goal. Because I might be going long enough for another. Yeah. I mean, I guess you should thank your lucky stars you're not like a bricklayer or something. is the shape of it, I guess. Unless you are, in which case, you should probably inform your boss. Right. Start new goal. What's a good goal to shoot for? No, manor is Norwegian, I think. Anytime someone tells me they're from like Denmark, Scandinavia, um, Sweden, I immediately just default to Norway. Okay. Okay, let's go for 30 subs. Oh, I don't know, you get pretty warm working outside. Bricklaying is Irish and German, but live in America. IT consultant. Cozy work from home office. Yeah, no, I can't imagine that would be any fun. What should I work towards? What should I use for funds? You know what? Until I think of something, let's just keep it as like a bog standard subscription goal. I'll think of something interesting to do with more money at some point, but for now the brushes is good enough. At this point it's just ego. America is a melting pot, like I'm Irish and German, but I live in America. Yeah, like so many American town names and state names, and just names in general are Dutch. Are Dutch or German. That's been like slowly, I guess, anglicized or Americanized over the years. So it does not surprise me in the least. Yeah, Americans by virtue of not having a lot of culture of their own inherently, being like what, only a few hundred years old officially, in terms of like their current culture, like really like search for meaning in Europe, because we're such like a, you know, thousands of years of heritage over here. So they're always, you know, they're Irish or they're Swedish or they're French or they're German and never American. Which, I mean, nothing inherently wrong with that, but trying to find, you know, roots, as it were. But it's always amusing when it comes when it butts up against people who are from those places. You know, of this generation, or the previous generation. Like, I'm not particularly attached to the Irish side of my family, but I am by birth like a solid 50% Irish. You know. So. Supper time? Well, I hope you have something wonderful to eat and you don't stab yourself again. We could do without you bleeding out. Yeah. I'm half Irish, a quarter Welsh, and quarter Indian, but I'm Welsh by birth. So. And I have a not quite Welsh accent because I live on a border town where tons of people from England retire. So. So I went to school with tons of English people in a Welsh town. So my accent rubbed off. Here is my 150 slide PowerPoint presentation on why English landlords in Wales and English holiday homers in Wales should get the wall. Like, ask me why Wales's property prices are so high. And it starts with E and ends with D. Or H, depending. I've cooled off vaguely on my opinions of, yeah, they ran out of shit to buy or they were priced out. So they went to where the property prices were cheaper and then blew them up. There's a reason why a lot of Wales is like most prominent terrorists, if you can call them that, historically have always been like anti-English landlords specifically. Isn't everyone anti-landlord, bar landlords? Well, you'd think. But there are a lot of aspirational landlords out there. You know, people who are like, oh, I'll just put away my 50k and buy some tiny black mold-ridden flat and put it on Airbnb, and then I'll make my millions. Like, just to give you an idea of prices, like the house I'm in currently, it's what, 4 bedrooms, 1 bathrooms with a bunch of outbuildings on 15 acres of land. And it was bought by my family for like 250,000 in 1994 ish, maybe 1990. It's currently like 4 times that value, give or take, which is absolutely fucking insane. Especially given how far from any useful like amenities we are. Yeah, it's probably about a mil. Haven't had it valuated because, you know, don't intend on ever selling because why put yourself into the rental market in this economy when you know, even if it's a little bit, even if it's creaking at the corners and costs a lot to, like, you know, stop from falling down on top of our heads. Yeah, I have solar panels on a bunch of the buildings as well, so my electricity bill is, throughout the summer at least, is next to nothing, and I get kickbacks on power I overproduce. So, like, I'm just in, even if it's shit, like in terms of like being like really isolated and far from like amenities and other stuff, it's probably the best that I'm gonna get. In terms of like you know, yearly upkeep or yearly cost and upkeep. Also, I like the outbuildings for storing in all of my terrain and building all of my terrain. I just got to figure out how to stream in my workshop so I can do terrain videos or terrain streams. And maybe some bat reps down the line. But getting a shielded HDMI long enough, or taking the computer out there, or doing whatever, but, you know, a lot of work. To eat late night burger or not to eat late night burger, one of lifestyle lemmas. If you have the money, do it. Late night burger is always good. Maybe not good for you, but good for the soul. We could all do with our treats. Should I maybe continue just with the green? Do I go in with the yellow or do I just continue with the green? I am just going to continue with the green. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's all the same at the end of the day, but... let's just continue with the green. Let me just... Let's have it... Order... Sorry, I'm just double checking something because I got emailed. Interesting. All right, yeah, let's continue with it. But I nearly entirely forgot what was the Angela. Okay. Just before I forget, remember to put this name on for Brigadier Vulcan, who I believe is currently top gifted subs. Yeah. Tren Rimple. That is I. Because of all of those steroids I take. Yes. Tren Wemble. Tren Wemble, still my steroid taking alter ego. Hendifer, may I ask of you a brief favor? Yeah. Slow. 'Cause I've got lots of Bretonnians to paint. Have an army to paint. Yeah. And people know me as the Bretonnian painter. I got my burger. I treat my body like a temple, mostly in ruins. Well, you know, at least ruins as they are, they still get offerings of burger occasionally. Is there anyone in here who's in my Discord server who I can ask a favor? Because there's still something crawling in the back of my mind. And the answer to my question dictates how I respond. Handy, can you check if No Mana Man is still in the Discord server? Wow, that doesn't appear to be a lesson learnt, does it? Okay. So, while I pen the wonderful name Angela on this miniature, I would like to say that if you are in this chat or part of this community and you have opinions such as Polish people are lazy, shoddy workers, Mexicans are lazy, shoddy workers, Indian people are lazy, shoddy workers, etc., etc., you get the picture, then keep them to yourself, or better yet, leave. I don't mean to get too heavy, but the conversation sort of struck a chord with too many things that I've dealt with over the years. And simply leaving instead of apologizing and learning a little is coward shit. And if I have to repeat myself, which I imagine I will down the line, but if I have to, I will be much less charitable about the fact. I mean, I sort of got the feeling. I got the feeling when we had that conversation about cops, Handy. Should have seen it coming. Should trust my gut more often. Alright, Angela. Fucking Brigadier Vulcan gonna have me naming this entire gang like they're the Golden Girls. I don't remember the cop chat, but maybe that's why I thought they were a Yank. No, they're definitely in the Nordic countries, but it was the sort of gleeful talking about the kid getting shot because he drove at a cop that made me go a bit, Oh well. Hmm. Sorry, not to be too heavy, but yes to be too heavy, because if you're gonna be like that, I do not want you here. Okay, and there we go. Angela. I'm gonna have to explain this one day to various people, and they're gonna be like, "So how'd you come up with the names?" And I'm gonna be like, "Someone paid me money to name them these names." Anyway, now I will acquiesce to Hendy's attempts to change the subject. I think anyone who betted on me finishing this week, I'm sorry, maybe? I am beginning to doubt. Mm-hmm. I bet you are, Toaster. I bet you are. I think the funniest thing is that as I've been painting, I've started using progressively smaller and smaller brushes. Because the brushes that I started painting with, the points have begun to like fray, and they're not keeping together as well, even with like treatment. So I've like been painting for so many hours that the brushes I started with aren't really aren't really in good enough condition to continue with. So I've slowed down by virtue of like using a smaller brush. So, you know, I've sped up through muscle memory, and then I've put the training weights back on. And I'm using a smaller brush again. So it's looking forward to getting those new brushes. TBH. Hey, creature. Any new wounds? Any new injuries? Any dinner time disasters? Now, not to make you paranoid. Not to make you paranoid, Hendy, but how are you sure that you didn't lose the half of the package that you thought was missing? A thought, maybe? Want to misplace 5-inch template? But you're not me. It's very easy, in fact. Honestly, I don't know what your workspace looks like, so I can't really advise you to like search anywhere in particular. But good luck. Don't try and gaslight me. Listen, I'm not doing that. I think you're just imagining it. I've been nothing but supportive. I've never even lied to you in jest. Yeah, that's literally what happened to me the other night, Toaster. I lost the adapter that I use for one of my lamps, and the second I stopped streaming, first place I looked, just like idly, first place I like my eye line landed on, it was there. The fucking most annoying thing, because I'd searched for it for like 2 hours prior to stream as well. That seems awfully aggressive, Handy. I mean, I've done nothing to deserve such ire. Are you sure you don't have these unaddressed feelings you should perhaps, look into that have absolutely nothing to do with me, honestly? I'm your friend. Would I mislead you? My old job had a fantastic app for keeping location of storage items. I want to make an app to use at home with use my Google Home so I can just speak to it, send everything to my phone. That sounds like hard work. So good luck, and I hope it works out for you. But thinking about that hurts my brain a little bit. I just sort of manage entirely off of vibes. Have you heard of them? Uh, in reality, though, Hendy, do you urgently need to find the things, or this isn't to like take a picture to send to the producer for a replacement or something, is it? This is just it has gone missing. Don't hurt your brain, Ren. That no good. Too late. I hurt my brain all the time. I lost my vibes when I first learned JavaScript some years ago. You and one of my friends might get on. He's very competent with all that wizardry and some such. Every time you learn a new code language, you lose a part of yourself. You know, there's 50-50 split among my friends. I'm like one of only two coders in my semi-regular at this point because we've been on break for a little bit, but Pathfinder group who doesn't code. And they're all good in like different languages. And like two of them, or maybe like one and a half of them, express the same feelings, that it's like, it takes a piece of you, and the other one's just like, yeah, you know what, I've been learning to do it since I was 4 years old, so It's like English at this point. And then there's me like, yeah, I can paint. I can paint real good. You want me to help you make an orchid grow? I can do that too. Got an early morning ahead? Good night. Okay. Night, Space Toaster. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you have a good one. Whatever your early morning requires isn't too strenuous. Removing masks is so tedious. I presume you mean you're using like masking tape or fluid masks to, I don't know, divide a field or do something like that. I presume this is for your Bretonians or something? Made a lot of assumptions here. Tokens came pre-masked to make hiring them. Oh, okay. In my head, I was thinking you were on about Bretonians. I was like, are you already painting them? You have to send me some pictures of these Bretonnians. Not Bretonnians, I just like insta replaced the thing with Bretonnians in my head. Send me a picture of the tokens, and then where they're from. I want to see if there's any that I should steal. Because I kind of like thematic stuff. And by steal, I mean buy. I'm going to rob the store. Although I might. Oh god, here we go. Am I gonna spend money? Ooh, these are kind of nice. Oh, they've only got blue color previewed. Give me the purple. Well, add it onto the list. Minor transparent black, no red infill. Yeah, I think I might grab some purple ones. And if they natively come with gold infill, all the better. But it's on the list. On the list of when I can afford it. Well, I could afford it now, but I, you know, don't want to break the budget, so to speak. I am exhibiting restraint. Praise me. I really like tokens and gizmos and like arc finders and all that kind of stuff, though. It's one of the many pleasures of playing war games and tabletop games. Is that you get all the little toys to go with your toys. That's why I made that spreadsheet to control my spending. Okay. I will retract my. They weren't even criticisms. I was just joking about you making making a spreadsheet. Because I just think it's funny to make spreadsheets. Ooh, line of sight markers for corners of units is. Yeah, going on the list. Going on the list. Okay, I take it back. All, all, uh, all restraints off. I was gonna, keep my jokes about you and your spreadsheets inside, but like, yeah, you're doing this on purpose. Yeah, Games Workshop, I believe, did a limited release of like golden metal, like corner line of sight markers and stuff like that once upon a time, and they are like absolute gold dust. Super pain in the ass to track down. You know, earlier I was like, why? I wonder why my brushes die so quickly. Well, maybe not so quickly, but why they last a little bit less time uh, than I would imagine they should. And then I'm just looking at myself now, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's because I stipple a lot. I like stippling, which isn't great on brushes. Might have something to do with it. Just a thought. Just a thought. Hey, it gets a nice effect. Stippling can make for nice transitions. It also makes things look like, especially on the comparisons, it makes it look less satiny than the blending does, because the blending tends to make it look really shiny. So stippling is like, instead of doing like normal like transitions from one color to another, you basically do lots of like little dots, and the density of the dots sort of like dictates how strong that color looks. Mm, sorry, it's just my alarm going off. Yeah, it achieves an effect that's a lot less shiny than if you were to just like straight glaze it, which can make it look very, you know, sort of like latex. If you're not careful with it, which oftentimes I'm not. It's also just kind of fun. It's fun to do. Yeah, there's a lot of really good bust artists who use like who use stippling to great effect to sort of like mimic the weave of like a fabric and stuff. Um, which is something that I do want to do at some point, just maybe as a like as a bit of a, you know, I'm gonna say learning experience, but like, you know, same vein, just to like get it out of my system, go a little bit further than I usually do. But like on Bretonnians especially, it's like going that in depth, especially when army painting, just isn't worth my time currently. But I would like to get to the point where I can, you know, be a little Be a little extra with it. Tim Lutters, hello. Welcome in. How are we doing? Thank you for the follow. Painter Bretonnia bust? Yeah, there might be... Ooh. It would be worth searching for it. What faction is this from? This is from Bretonnia for Warhammer the Old World. I don't have anything fully painted on my desk right now, but if you go to my About section in Twitch, you can see my Instagram. So you can see where these sort of end up. I'm new to Warhammer. No worries. We'll start somewhere. It is very fun. What you done so far? What's your experience been? We still learning, or you been in store for any like starter games? Or are we all about the video games? I'm now building and painting the Adapter Sororitas Combat Patrol. Yeah, good choice. I did have a bunch of semi-painted Adept Sororitas models on my desk, but I cleared them off last week, so... But yeah, good choice, good choice. Is that the new Combat Patrol or an older Combat Patrol? Because... the older Combat Patrol had the Penitent engine in it, which was like an absolute horror show to paint after it was assembled. So you might want to look up... Well, you know what? Don't preoccupy yourself with anything too complicated. If you're having fun, you're having fun. You have the older one then? Yeah, the Penitent engine is kind of a pain if you want to like paint every bit of it like I do. Yeah, because all the little pipes and greebly bits on the inside get covered up if you assemble it the whole way. So it's like it's I don't know what Games Workshop was doing when they built that one. They just wanted us to suffer, is my feeling. But the rest of their models, aside from the Penitent engine, are absolutely gorgeous. Like super easy to paint, great sculpts, like really beginner friendly stuff. I actually kind of want to paint some salamanders, Vulcan. Oh, I should have guessed from the name. Yeah, I sort of I've been jonesing for, because I paint a lot of blood angels, or I have done. Oh, actually, I might have an unassembled Penitent engine here, actually. Let's see. Yeah, no, I should have put two and two together, Vulcan. But it's Twitch, so yeah, no, I've put the Penitent engine away somewhere. Unfortunate, unfortunate. But yeah, I actually have... Ooh, I lied. It was just out of view. Okay, that's... Yeah, so what I'm on about is... Oh, I'm trying to remember how this goes together. Okay, so it goes in this way. Like this. Ah, no, it's snaps closed. Okay, so yeah, so oh, I didn't even assemble it because I was going to paint it in sub-assemblies. But yeah, so like when this goes in here, it makes all the vials in there impossible to paint. So yeah, it's been sitting on my desk awaiting, or in my cubby awaiting painting, because I'm going to have to do a ton of like sub-assemblies and gap filling on this to get it how I want it. Yeah, it's not, like everything in the combat control is like great. Is like great for beginners, but this one model in the combat patrol is like sort of probably the reason why I'd like maybe just recommend someone starting Sisters as their first army to be like, yeah, just grab a box of Battle Sisters or something, because that thing will make you pull your hair out if you want to like paint every bit of it. I'm glad you like it though. Hey, Poly Principal, how we doing? Yeah, actually, you know what? Have a little break from Bretonnia for a second. But yeah, I have some Repenture on the go here as well. Let's see. Yeah, so this is partway through painting some Repenture. But yeah, no, I think that you'll have a swell time with them. There are plenty of good videos about painting the various like existing factions for Sisters of Battle. So if you want to look him up, though, you can go to Juan Hidalgo's YouTube, and he's got a pretty nice series of like simple ways to paint the various orders of Sisters of Battle. Probably people have more recommendations for other stuff as well, but you don't have to follow those. They'll just give you an idea of what you can do. Juan Hidalgo. Yeah, you should just punch that into YouTube and search his videos and just search Sisters. And it should come up with a playlist of basically all the different orders that he's painted. Yeah, and literally you do not have to follow them, but if you're new, they'll give you sort of ideas of how to like achieve certain colors, so you can mix and match as you want. Because I haven't played 10th edition, but at least the 9th edition book gave you the opportunity to create your own orders to a degree. You can make custom orders. Although I can't speak for 10th edition, because I haven't really dabbled too much. Yeah, no problem. I hope you have a great time with your hobbying, and always feel free to ask questions to mini painters on Twitch. Pretty good community, and you know, even if someone can't help you immediately, they'll usually point you to someone that can. So good luck. Have a nice time. Man, I wish I had the... I wish I could discover the hobby for the first time again. With fresh eyes. Just sort of, you know, have that wow factor. Alright, I think we'll go to 11 today. So about 45 more minutes. And then I will end. Do you still use Facebook at all, Hendy? A little? Hmm. So, you know, the other week, probably, I was talking about maybe dipping my toes into Empire. I hopped into a Discord and met some very nice people and found out that basically all LARP shit is handled like through Facebooks and stuff. Like it was described as the LinkedIn of LARP. And so I may be browbeaten into signing up for Facebook again. Haven't had a Facebook since like 2013. How am I feeling about what one? About getting Facebook again or the model? Yeah, I've been like even like the really good like mini swap groups haven't brought me back to Facebook, but LARP being the thing that might finally do it is I don't know how that makes me feel, Hendy. I'm conflicted, creature. I guess that yeah, the redeeming feature is Hendy that there's lots of good like tawny groups and mini swap groups. BB-Face community or the BBC is fucking cesspit. Is it now? That does not. Well, yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me. And yet you participate in it, I presume. Very interesting. Oh wow, I found something you really feel passionate about, eh? That bad, huh? See, I haven't used Facebook, like I said, since about 2013. I deleted it, in fact. Um, oh, yeah, I moderate for one of the largest, like, the old world servers on Discord. Like, they're like that everywhere. I just mute the rules discussion channel. That's someone else's problem to moderate, not mine. It's because Blood Bowl is full of Games Workshop hating boomers. They're constantly complaining. I mean, that's just like every Games Workshop game. Yeah, the key to getting them to shut up is moderation. Don't harsh the vibes or you can get out, basically. I mean, obviously not for reasonable criticism, but you know. It seldom remains reasonable. They are worse in Blood Bowl? Listen, I'm not going to argue. I don't... like... Okay. I have... You got the worst? You can keep them. I'm not gonna, like... I'm not here to argue my guys are worse or your guys are worse. Like, if your guys are that bad, keep them. I'm glad they're over in your side of the hobby and not mine. I should probably shoot you an invite for the server I'm a mod for anyway. I think I've mentioned doing it like several times, but I keep forgetting. Wasn't on Facebook, but a Twitch chat from a boomer I see at tournaments. Literally tried to argue game was big while Games Workshop didn't support it. I think the only thing that might be true. Yeah, I keep meaning to invite you, and you know what? Hold on. Let me see if I can do it now. How do I get the invite for a server that I moderate for without generating a new invite? Copy. Okay. Wow. Let's hope I didn't just break something. There we go. Yeah, I was going to say the only thing that I believe, the only like game that Games Workshop has that I believe would is maybe bigger than when Games Workshop supported it is Mordheim, but I can't say that it would remain bigger. If Games Workshop started supporting it again, it would explode because it's one of the most like currently beloved. It's like Necromunda, right? Like it would take off. So like whilst it might change the like feeling of the community to a degree that you might agree or disagree with, yeah, more time is good fun. It's a bit clunky, like because it's very like Warhammer Fantasy, so it's crunchy, right? It's crunchy, clunky. It can be gamified a little bit, but it's good fun. The Ren Templars. Indeed. How are we doing, Crumb Crummer? I sent a message and now she'll proceed to go back to sleep. Oh, it's been a busy day, but rough. Alright, well, look after yourself. Yeah? Sleep well, drink some water, eat. And thank you for stopping by. Hazard TV. Are you follow? Welcome in. Happy to have you around. What brings you my way today or tonight, as the case may be? Yeah, AZ43 was looking nice. I think Paolo Parente, main designer on this, continued some game project in that vibe. Ooh, did you post them? Let's have a look. I really need to set up my... Ooh. Ooh, those are cool. Those are so cool. That's really cool. Are those still available anywhere? Or would I be searching like second-hand market for that kind of shit? You can find some on eBay frequently? Yep. Alright. I might have a look for some of those because those are like... What scale are they in, actually? Are they... It's probably asked that before. Yeah, Ukraine and China. Big for recasters. Like I know a lot of recasters were in Ukraine. Understandably, things got quite hectic. So I'm not sure what the scene currently looks like. Sort of, you know, bigger priorities for a lot of people, I imagine. Rackham had some issues with that brand. They went in court multiple times back in the days. Fancy Flight Games did buy the Confrontation license at some point. They sold a few resin copies of old minis, but they stopped after a bit. Interesting. like there was a huge dragon, maybe 40, 50 centimeters high, and some other titanic creatures that were dope. Stopped doing mini base games pretty much, didn't they? Man, it's times like these I realize how much I basically only ever paid attention to Games Workshop. I know all the Star didn't like the minis. Games move over to Atomic Mass games. I know all the Star Wars ones did. Yeah, I get tunnel visions with systems. I did a lot of card games mainly, some board games. Alright, instead of starting the front half of that, I am going to end here. Because there's nothing worse than a half-finished checker. Especially if I have to remix paint. I'll spend ages correcting myself. So, we're going to find someone to raid. Doo-ba-doo-doo-boo-boo. Let's see who is online that I follow. You know what, let's go with same category, who I'm not following. Man, it's a crowded field out there. Alright. Let's just roll a d6 for it. Going down 1 to 6. Alright. Froggy PhD it is. I should really find some new people one day. I feel like I raid into the same 5 people all the time. Alright. Night, kids.